Hello everybody, and welcome back to my .NET stream. As promised, I don't know if you watched also yesterday, I promised that I will continue my work today. So the idea is that I'm working on a side project right now that I have to present a proof of concept, I guess in 2 weeks. And it's actually a social network for universities. So we worked on this on the past few days, I guess. And yeah, today, in the afternoon, evening, I have to continue. So I thought once again, let's stream this. Thank you very much for joining, for those of you who are here already. That's very much appreciated. Don't forget to use the chat if you want to say something, if you want to ask questions, if you want to maybe help me out when I have problems, because I probably encounter some problems on the way, because this is nothing prepared. I'm just working on this application, and of course I have challenges. And yesterday I actually finished with a challenge, because the problem was that we were actually not able to log out. And the problem is, let me just start the application maybe. And maybe I just want to start and show you what I did today, because today during the day I managed to still do a few things during my working day. And I'm actually fairly happy with what I did so far. Because maybe you're not that familiar with the application. Let me also please know if the sound is okay. So if you hear the background music, that would be important to note. If you think that the background music is, I don't know, maybe too loud, then of course just let me know again. That would be a very important feedback. And yeah, that's it. So when we start, I am already logged in, because we have implemented the cookie authentication. So for the front end, we are using server-side Blazor, because I didn't really have time to create a dedicated API layer so that I'll be able to work with the full Blazor WebAssembly. So it's actually cool that Blazor comes with these two hosting models, because in this case, if I already had the backend, I had some services like the repositories for the user, you can just use Blazor. It's the exact same programming model, but it's only hosted by the server, and all rendering is actually happening on the server, which means that you can actually reuse all the services, or use all the services that you already have in your application, so you don't have to expose data over an API. So we have implemented a very simple cookie authentication in this application, and this is why I was already logged in, because I already have a cookie. But I have here actually a logout button, so I can log out. And the cool thing is that if, for example, I want to try to go to a certain URL, like this one, which should be actually my timeline, I'm redirected to the login page, but I actually use this query param to redirect me right to the page that I initially requested after a successful login. So when I log in, hopefully I remember my password, and yeah, you see that I was redirected back to the page that I actually initially requested. So yesterday what I did, and I guess I'll close the application for now, but I'll run it again afterwards. So yesterday the problem was that when I was actually clicking the logout button, that wouldn't redirect me to the logout page, because login and logout in server-side Blazor should be done via Razor pages. So for login and logout, we don't actually have Blazor components, but we have Razor pages instead, like this one for login. And of course, with the code behind this, the idea of logging in, how we do it. We also have some claims that we are then reusing in the application, which is fairly okay. And then for the logout, the page is actually blank. It's nothing in there. I just have this method that on get. So when actually I'm redirected to this page, then basically we have to log out, and we then redirect to the home page. And actually, when I was clicking the logout button, actually I was not redirected here. So the problem was that actually what happened is that Blazor tried always to route me to a local logout component, which of course didn't exist. So this logout functionality is implemented of course, in the layout. So the problem was that when I was Just let me go a little bit here. So when I was clicking this logout, actually here it actually doesn't matter what href I have right now, but even if I had this logout, which should be correct, it always tried to find a component logout, which of course it didn't happen. So what I ended up doing is simply implement a method logout with on click. So when I click on this button, this method should be executed, and in this method what I actually do, I use the navigation manager that we have by default in all Blazor applications, and I say that I want to navigate to a certain URL, and this would be this one in this case. It would actually work even only with logout, but then I set this other parameter to true, and that's actually what makes the difference, because if you don't set this to true, this parameter is basically represents a bool value that is by default on false if you don't set it on true. And if you set it on true, what it actually does, it basically skips the local redirect. So this means that it really doesn't try to find a local component, and actually performs a refresh. So it makes a real server request. And in that case, my logout page, my Blazor page is hit, and then I am able to log out. So this is actually how I managed to make this logout work. And then there are a few things that I did yesterday today actually, after I managed to implement this logout, and this was actually all the timeline part. So we have here a timeline component, which actually is pretty fun. And here the idea was that we have subcomponents for which we should be able to navigate through. So it's basically, let me start the application to exactly show you what it is. Let me just start the application. So it is actually, when I click on timeline, it's actually this timeline here. And basically it's this component, which is the timeline that is by default, that comes by default, and it contains basically all the posts or it contains your posts. Probably it will be in a chronological order, but then it contains an about section. Of course, right now we have only some dummy data here, so we'll have to populate this with real data from the user, and I guess that's one thing that we'll do today. And then these friends. And actually what I wanted to do is that whenever I click on one of these links, I should see that link is actually active. And of course I wanted to also display the specific component. And you can just simply use an A tag here, because what an A tag would do, it simply would redirect you to your component, and here in the URL the address would change, but then you would lose the entire thingy that we have around this component, like the background image, like the profile information. It would basically display it about in a brand new page. So you would just have the navigation bar, and you would just have the footer, which of course is not what I wanted to do. So right now you can navigate here pretty neatly through these components. And the way I actually did this, it's kind of seems a little bit complicated, but it's actually not complicated at all. So first of all, here in this timeline cover, where we have actually those buttons, let me go here in this timeline cover. So what I did is here, when I click on one of the links, I have a method that sets either the timeline active, the account active, or the friends active. And if we look in the code behind, this actually does, it's basically, we have a property here that sets the class or sets it to active depending on what button exactly you clicked. And this makes basically the A tag active that you actually clicked on. But then there is another thing that we would have to accomplish, and this is, we would have to notify the parent, which is in this case this timeline component, then that a certain link was clicked, because based on that information, actually we have to display something here. So, and we have to decide what exactly to display. So what we did here is implement a communication in reverse, so from the child to the parent, and this is achieved in Blazor using the event callback. And let me show you how this works. So in the timeline cover, I have here this property, which is of type parameter, but it is of event callback, and it is a generic one, and it's of active child component. Now, active child component is just an enum that I've created that would represent the component that should be active. So right now it has only timeline, about, and friends. Now, what this happens is that, well, whenever we click on this button, so when I want to set the about active, then what I do, I actually invoke this and I say that, okay, this has changed, and now this active child component is the about component. And the same thing we do here is that in set friends, we say that the active child component right now is the friends component. And here, last but not least, when we click on set the timeline active, we say that actually the active component right now is the timeline. So in the parent, which would be this timeline component, what we say here is, you say, of course, when we actually use this component in the parent, we say that for activate child, so for the callback, this is the callback, remember, I want to pass in this activate child method, which is on the parent. So this means that whenever I do invoke on the child, that information will actually arrive here, and what I will get here would be the current active child. So in that case, the only thing that I have to do is just have here a property and set the current active child, and this would help me in the markup, because I can simply do, for instance, a switch statement on this active child, and based on what child should be active, I can display these components if it is the timeline, I can display this component if it is the about, and I can display this component if it is the user. So, and each time I click basically on one of the links, what happens is that this event callback is triggered and the new value is sent to the parent, and the parent basically renders the new component that should actually be there. So this is actually how this works. And I know that this might sound a little bit complicated, but I guess that maybe if you're interested in this, I guess that's the right place to be right now, because the next thing that I would like to implement from the front end part, and after that I think we'll go for using some real data from the user, but what we actually want to do today is actually implement this. Let me navigate to the template that I have. It's not this one. This is a training that I've been doing today for a company. So I guess it should be this one. So if I go here, and what I want to implement today, again, from merely speaking from the front end part, is where is it? Edit profile. Now in edit profile, let me bring this here to this screen. Now in the edit profile, you see that it seems to be actually similar with the regular components, but it has here this sidebar here, and here we can actually navigate through changing different parts of the profile. Like here I can change the basic information. Here I can change the education and work. Of course, in my application, this would be something related to the information that I actually have. So I guess it would be something, I don't know, like changing the class to which a student belongs, or I don't know, changing things that are related to my application. I'm not sure exactly now exactly what will change. We have these account settings that we might need, but although we don't implement account settings in our backend so far, because we just need to make or to get it going for a demo in 2 weeks. And then we have this change password, and I guess this is actually the first functionality that we'll add to the application right now. So if you see, that's exactly the same thing that we have also for for the timeline, because we will have a parent component that would basically contain all this, I know, probably the entire cover part, and it would then contain also this left sidebar, so that we are able to navigate through all of these things. It wouldn't contain these buttons anymore, because we just want to edit our profiles. We don't want to go to our timeline or friends. We would be able to navigate from the newsfeed back to that. No, from the timeline we can go there, but it's exactly the same thing, because all of these will be child components, and we will have this parent component that contains them all, and based on what we actually click in the parent, we should render a different part here. And that's exactly the same concept that we had earlier for the timeline, so we'll implement it also here. And there is one other thing that we'll have to take into consideration here, and here's where I'm gonna use a pattern that is fairly popular in Angular, which is called the container presentation pattern, and which actually means that in the parent we are responsible for handling the data. So in the child, when we click here for update password, so the child shouldn't actually do any operations on the data. The data should only be handled in the parent component, which is called container in this case. So this means that what we'll have to do is then whenever we click here for instance of update password, basically from the child we should notify the parent component, the container, that hey, the user wants to update its password, and here is the new password, for instance. So in that case, our parent component will take actually that information, and it will basically do what it has to do with that data. So it will probably use the repository to change the password and things like that. Now, in a real project, I said I would probably use something like maybe, I know, SecureRS to segregate between commands and queries and things like that. But as I said, in this application right now, I just have to get the proof of concept working. So I will probably just using the repository here. So my only concern, the thing that I actually don't like, is that they actually don't have a real application layer here that would actually be should handle all of this stuff like commands and things like that. So we'll use everything then just in the components. Yeah, so that's actually what we'll want to implement. And the way I think we'll want to do that, or I'll want to do that, is let me just briefly open the application again to showcase. I see that there are some viewers here. YouTube rocks again. I'm streaming simultaneously to YouTube and Twitch, and yeah, it seems that I'm more popular on YouTube than on Twitch. Thank you very much, guys, for watching. It's a pleasure to have you here. As also mentioned previously, just please feel free to jump in, use the chat. If you want to ask questions, if you just want to say something, just do it. Don't be shy. The chat is here for a reason. Okay, so the way I want to do is that here you see that in the navigation I have here actually my name, and each user will have its own name, because this value here is populated based on the name claim that we have in our cookies. Yeah, I want here under this one, I would like to have something like edit profile or something like that. So when I click that, I should be redirected to that edit component. So that's exactly how I plan to do it. So let's go here. Hello there, thanks for watching. Okay, so let's then get started, I would say. Let's then just get started. Okay, so the first thing that I would need to do is go to the layout, because I just want to add a new button or a new link there under my name, so that I would be able to navigate to edit profile. So if I go, where is the layout? It should be under shared. It's here. That's actually the layout. So what I would like to do is here is the logout. So we have this list item here. I guess for now we'll just copy that. And before the logout, I would like to have this edit profile. And here this edit profile should actually point to a component that would be called, how should the component be called? Like edit profile, like that? No, it should route to something like, because I would like to make it something like it should contain the username, and then it should contain something like edit. So that should be actually it. So what I can do here is I guess I can go to say in the code behind, and I'll create another property here. So it would be private string edit the profile URL. And actually here when I get the user information, so I get the claims, so I get the username, and after I get the username I can set also this property. I can then also set that property. So edit profile URL equals, and it should be something like, let's maybe use string interpolation here, and it should be something like the username and then slash and edit, something like that. And then I can say here that in the href I will just I will just use this URL. So let me go back. So I can simply use the @ and say edit the profile URL. And in this case I won't need the on click, of course. I don't want to log out. And actually that's everything that we need so far. So right now if we test it, it should try to actually redirect me somewhere, but of course we don't have a component that is actually or actively looking into that. But we'll change that. We'll of course change that. So I have edit profile, and here you see that it actually indeed tried to route me to this username and then edit, which of course I don't have a component, so we are saying that sorry, there's nothing there at this address. But this means that this redirect actually works. So let me go here, and here we have this timeline feature. Let me close this shared. Let me close the pages. Let's actually try to let me close the news feed. Yeah, let's make it cleaner. So we have actually a new feature right now. So this means that I'll add a new folder. For those of you who might have not watched this earlier, I'm using this feature-based approach when it comes to organizing the folder structure. So in this case, I will name this edit profile. And here in this edit profile, I'll create a subfolder for now that would be for components. Because here we'll probably have some models that we'll use for binding. So we'll probably have here something more than just Blazor components in this folder. But again, the idea is that everything that is related to this feature, so if I need some, I don't know, services only for this feature, if I need models only for these features, whatever I need, everything will be placed in this edit profile folder. So this is how, when we have, I don't know, bugs or things that we have to maintain, we can very easily find this in our code base based on the feature that we are actually looking at. So yeah, and in this components, we'll create a new component. So it's add Blazor component. This should be called edit profile component, and then the child component will be called something like edit profile general component, edit profile about component, whatever all those different type of components are. let me close that page and come back here. And also let's create the code behind file for that. So it should be a new class in this case, and this should be called exactly like the other one. So it's edit profile component .razor.cs, and we'll need to mark it as a partial. And this is the way we actually bind the file for the markup in the in this component with the file for the code. We just want to split them. In the layout, I thought that we won't have that much code behind, so this is why I have it on the same file. But I really advise against having markup and C# code in the same file. Those concerns should be separated, like we have it in Angular or other similar front-end frameworks. Okay, so right now let's try to think about what we'll actually need in this component. So the first thing that we'll actually need is so the way the routing works. I don't know if you watched yesterday, I guess you already know this, because we implemented yesterday something similar. But the way the routing works is we should simply create a parameter. Sorry, it should be in angle brackets, of course, because it's an attribute. And we'll have to import, I think, no, I guess I mistyped it. So right now, using Microsoft ASP.NET Core components, that's what we want to use for this. And it should be called, it should be of course public, all parameters should be public. So we have here public, it should be of type string, and it should be called username. That's actually a normal property, but it's decorated actually by this parameter attribute, so nothing special with it. But what this actually does, or what this allows us to do, is when we go here, for now I just want to delete everything, and when we say here page, because we want to see this would be a routable component, so there is a route that would lead us to it. So when we say page, what we can do here is simply say here username, and that is then a routing parameter, and I guess it should be edit. That should match actually what we had defined in the layout when we created this button actually. So actually this is in this case basically if you have in your routing params this type of string username, and then if you have a property in your code behind file that is of course decorated with this parameter and has the exact same name, then Blazor would automatically actually pass that in to your property when this component gets activated. And that's actually cool, because this is how you can have access actually to your routing to your route param, and it's really just as easy as that, so nothing more complicated. Now let's think about what we'll actually also need here. I guess we'll need here from the code, I guess. So we'll need here to also inject the iUser repository, because this is the parent component, iUser repository, and let's call it users. Okay, what else do we actually need right now? I guess I'm not that. I guess we'll actually expand that while we're working based on the needs that we actually have. But I would expect that we would have we will need to have a different enum for, I don't know, the active edit component or something like that. But what we surely need to do is that when this component gets initialized, so we should override this onInitialized async method. So it's protected override async onInitialized async. So we will use the async. So in this case, what we can do is simply say we'll need, of course, the user. We need a property for the user, of course, because this actually will hold the entire information of the user. And when we change that information will change. That information will then be persisted to the database. So I have a private user. Let's call it user get set. But in that case, I just want to rename this property users. Let's name it user repo because it's too similar to user. So in this case, what we can do here is we say user equals, and here we what do we actually do here? So we use the user repo, of course with await. The repo is fully async, so await user repo, and here it would be get user. I think we should have this by username async, yeah. So, and we provide the username because we have the username. So by the time we hit this method, this on initialized lifecycle method in Blazor, we already have or should have this this param, I guess. So in this case, we just pass in the username, and yeah, after we do actually this, we have an active user. That's actually cool. And if we have the user, what I would like to start with in this markup file is say if user is null, and I have to check it like this way because I have overridden the equality check for a user, which is an entity, and it basically checks for identifier equality. So if they have the same ID, the behavior is actually a little bit different, and I can't simply use the equals operator because I have overridden it to only do this check. So I will check if this user is null, and if this user is null, where do we have that loader? Where do we have that loader? I guess it should be in timeline. Where is our timeline? Here is our timeline. And it should be in the parent of the timeline, which is this timeline component. So it is this preloader. So this allows us that while the user is null, so while we are busy fetching the user data from the database, we will actually display a very nice and beautiful preloader, which is a spinner, and it looks actually quite great. By the way, the template that I use is something that I bought actually, so it's not something that I came up with, because I'm really not good, and I don't like at all HTML and CSS, so I just bought the template. Let me just briefly format the document. Format document. Yeah, there's not a lot of things that need to be formatted here, but yeah, let's. And else, so when the user is not null anymore, then. But why don't you really want to do it so beautifully? So it's else, yeah, something like that. And here we'll actually put our other markup. Let me check again. How are we doing? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for following me on Twitch. Hector HSC, thank you very much for following. It's very much appreciated. Hope you have some fun, and don't be shy, as said, and try to comment if you want. If you have questions, if you just want to get engaged, please just don't be shy. Just use the chat. Also, for all of you that are following me on YouTube, if you want to follow me on Twitch, so if you want to follow me on Twitch, I guess that should be possible, and let me just put you the link to my Twitch channel. Let me just do it. So, dear subscribers on YouTube or viewers on YouTube, if you want to follow me on Twitch, this is my Twitch channel. Feel free, invited to follow me there. When I stream programming, I usually stream both to YouTube and Twitch. However, if you fancy the chance to see how I lose at chess, what I stream from time to time on Twitch only, then of course you can see that on Twitch, but on YouTube it will be only programming. So on Twitch I might be streaming also different stuff, like maybe also discussions that I have with different people, like, I don't know, talk shows or podcasts, something like that. So on Twitch that there will be some content that will be only on Twitch, and or that will be streamed only on Twitch. So yeah, in this case, yeah, just follow me also on Twitch. That would be very, very much appreciated. Okay. Okay, hello Mrs. Streamer, are you broadcast saved somewhere? Yes, all my broadcasts are saved both on Twitch. If you go under videos, you have the recently the recent broadcasts, and also on YouTube. So if you go to my YouTube channel, and yeah, if you are here, let's just put the YouTube channel for my Twitch viewers. Let's just put here the YouTube channel for my Twitch viewers. So, dear Twitch followers and viewers, this is my YouTube channel, and here you'll find basically all my broadcasts that are with programming are also saved on YouTube. And yeah, you'll find plenty of other stuff also related to .NET, Microsoft Azure, and things like that. So you might like it. Thank you very much, SCA WDK. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much for writing in the chat. That's actually very, very nice. Thank you for being here. Okay. Excellent. I'm doing a Blazor project, so I'm sure I'll find some good stuff in other broadcasts. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that you're doing a Blazor project. That's actually great. I think Blazor is a very, very, very big opportunity right now, and we as developers, I guess we should try that definitely out, because in a few years from now, I guess Blazor would be a very valuable skill for all of us. Yeah, but enough talking. Let's go back to talking, but to coding. But thank you very much for getting in touch. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's now go to the template that we have, and we are looking right now at this. We have here actually this edit profile basic. Have this edit profile interests, password, settings, work, and education. I guess those would be all of them child components. Of course, we won't use the exact same namings that we have here, because I don't know, maybe this basic would be suitable for us. Let me just go here. So the basic would be actually information like, I don't know, if you want to edit your name, your, I don't know, email address, whatever. We won't have, I guess, here a birth here or a date of birth, but we'll have some information that are specific probably to our network. I guess we have an address for user, so we will have to check basically what information we actually need for a user. And here, this basic information, there's something that we would definitely have here. But here in education and work, here we'll maybe put it will be, I don't know, things related to maybe the study that specific student is doing, or if it is a teacher to what the teacher is teaching or something like that. So in this case, this component will be called something differently. I really don't know. So I'm very bad with naming. So if you have ideas on how we should name things, then I'm definitely open for suggestions, because really I'm very, very, very bad at finding names, especially when I'm streaming. Yeah, that's correct. So we'll basically have a parent component, and then we'll have different such other components. And I guess let's start with this change password. That's actually the first feature that I want to have, because I want to be able to actually change my password. And That would also give me the opportunity, or I would probably need to add some new things in the backend, because we should expose a method in our repository probably that allows you to change your password, because I don't think that we have it so far. So yeah, let's start with that one. Let's start with that one. So let's go here in this. First, in this, let us do the basic layout for the parent component first. So what we have here, so it is this div class timeline and this ID which has the timeline cover. I guess that's exactly like we have it in the timeline. Let's just check. How do we have it in the timeline component? So here we have only a div which has the class timeline. Then we have this timeline cover component, and I think that we'll actually reuse that component. Or no, we can't simply use that component, because I just want to take out some buttons from there actually, or maybe not have them at all. So we cannot simply remove the component, or we cannot simply use the component. We'll have to create a different one for that. Yeah, so let's try to do it like that in this case. So in this edit profile component, well, we have a div, and that has the class timeline. Let's go back. Then we have this timeline cover that contains actually everything related to this one, but that should be a different component. And we'll name that component add Blazor component. We'll name it edit profile cover component, and we'll close this file and reopen it. And we'll also have to edit profile cover component. We'll add the code behind file, because we'll probably use that. So it would be called edit profile cover component.blazor.cs. And of course we'll have to make it partial. So for things not to break. And right now, but I guess I misspelled something, because it's let's delete it, because it's not either I misspelled something in the parent. I'm not sure about that. So edit profile, yeah, in the parent there is something wrong in the parent. It's edit, it's missing an E here. It's missing an E. Yeah, let's just see if let's create it again, the class. So once again, edit the profile cover component, and but let's create both from scratch. Let's delete them. Okay, something went wrong with all those, with all that mistyping. So let's start it from scratch. So add new component in this case, and I should be more careful. Edit profile cover component should be fine. And right now let's add the class. So edit profile cover component.blazor.cs, and now it's okay because it's directly under it. So, and we just have to mark it as partial, and then that's actually it. That's actually it for now. Okay, that's actually it for now. Okay, so what's actually next? Next we'll have to put some markup here. So in this cover component, I guess we'll need some information, because we'll actually need the user, because in the user we have the name and yeah, things like that. So we'll need the user in that case. So let's go there. Let's add here. So we need here a parameter, and of course we need to add the corresponding using. So it's parameter. It should be public. All parameters should be public, otherwise you'll have errors. So it's public user. Let's call it user and get set. And how we'll actually use that is that in the parent component, edit profile component, this is the parent. So the first thing that we'll add here is the edit profile cover component, and we just say that user would be equal to user. So this is how we pass in the user actually instance from the parent, which is here, to the child using this parameter attribute. Sorry, I have some question regarding Blazor topic, but ask you later this session. Okay, sure, no problem. I will probably stream as long as I work on this project right now. So yeah, that could take a while. So I guess I'll be still streaming for some hours. Of course, I will have some breaks. I guess every hour I'll do a short break probably. But yeah, I'll be streaming probably for at least 3 or 4 hours more today. Because as I said, I need to finish the project, and while I work, I just want to stream. Yeah, thank you very much for getting in touch. Okay, let's then go further. So right now our edit profile component, edit profile cover component, where is it here? Right now it has actually a user. So here in this component we actually don't need any type of title, but that's actually when we go to the template that we want to use. It's actually that we need to add this entire, so div timeline, that's something that we already have on the parent. Let me just check again. So div timeline we already have in the parent, that's okay. And this is why here in this edit profile cover, we just need to go and take this timeline cover. So we need to take actually everything that we have here. So we just copy it and we paste it here. Now, of course, we will need to make some changes here, because first of all, one thing that we will want to do is that where my name is displayed, I should actually use the name from the user.name. Okay, so this is the first thing that I have to do. Right now here, maybe I want to display the user.user type. So if what type of user it is a student, it is a teacher, and for this user type I have overwritten this toString method to just return what we actually want here. So you see that this is actually already data that I get from the user. So yeah, we work already with the user data right now. And then let me check again. I have been developing one application when we'll be getting more complex day by day. My question is, it is a good idea to make large and complex solutions in Blazor? Of course, it's actually the same question if it is a good idea to make a large and complex application in Angular or in React or in Vue. it's exactly the same. Only that from my perspective, and this is some theory that I've blogged about, that I've talked at conferences about it, if we use Blazor for this type of large application, then we should probably try to see exactly and to borrow some techniques and patterns actually from these frameworks that are already specialized on front-end development. And this is from where I actually take this feature-based approach when it comes to folder management, because in that case, especially if you have a large application, it would be easier to find where a certain problem is or what you need to extend, because you know in what feature to look, and you know for sure that somewhere in that folder, no matter if you have hundreds of folders, but somewhere in that specific folder you will have to perform the work that you need to do. And of course there are a lot of other concerns that come with creating basically a single page application using Blazor that are common to all the other single page application frameworks. Like, how do you get the data? In our case, if you use Blazor server, this is actually very easy. But if you use Blazor WebAssembly, which runs fully in the browser, then you would have basically to call an API. So you will need an API layer. On the Blazor side, you will need a data service. And I actually created a video on this CodeWrinkles channel, so you might check it out in the Blazor playlist. That basically displays the basic setup of a data service in Blazor. Yeah, but it's okay. It's actually normal. Only that we have to think, since we develop a single page application basically using Blazor, we have to try to start to think in terms of a single page application, not in terms of an, I would say, old school MVC application when it comes to how we organize our code, how do we write our code, and so on. But yeah, I would fully encourage you to do just that. So that should be fine. You also see here on the screen a link to my blog. So I have blogged about these topics also on. So I have written some articles regarding them. And also on the YouTube channel, in the Blazor playlist, I talked about this type of topics. But thank you very much for the question. That was actually a very, very nice one. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Okay, let's see. Where did we? Where are we? So yeah, we changed here this username and user type. Now, one thing that I said that I don't want us to display. We don't actually want to have this. I guess we still have them on screen. We won't need these buttons. Sorry, on the edit component, because we'll only need this here on the left. So this is why I'll simply remove them. So I'll simply remove them. There's no place for them being here. But I won't remove, I guess, the entire unordered list, because that might screw up the template, I guess. I will just remove the list items. So we will leave here an empty unordered list here. Here we have what we have here. We have this primary. Okay, what followers do we have, and the add friend. So actually, if we are on the edit profile, we don't actually want to add friends from there. Maybe we should have some buttons here for, I know, changing the profile picture or the cover picture or something like that. But we don't want to. Yeah, let's just delete that for now. Or maybe let's just. It's just a normal list item. It doesn't have any CSS class to it, so we can just delete them. If we need to add list items here, we'll simply do that. Probably we'll maybe have two buttons, one for I don't know, change cover image, and the other for change profile image. But I'm really not sure that we'll be able to get this actually done for the proof of concept that I will need to make, because for that we will have to create the infrastructure to upload the picture, to save the picture somewhere, maybe on a blob storage in Azure. Probably to resize the picture, because we want to make sure that all pictures are the same sizes so that they are displayed correctly. So I'm not sure that that's something that we'll be able to kind of finish actually for this proof of concept that I have to do. But we'll come to that a little bit later. And of course we need to do exactly the same thing for the small screens. And here I see that I actually have to do exactly the same thing also in the timeline, because in the timeline I just edited this one, the first one, but I didn't actually go into the navigation for small devices. And here I would have user.userType .to string, but of course I have to also spell it correctly, or type it correctly, to be precise, not spelling it. And then what we want here, we don't have the timeline again, we don't have albums, we don't have friends, we don't have this type of stuff here at all, and we'll also don't need this button here, but I'll maybe leave it as a comment here, because if we want to add a button for small screens or two buttons to change the pictures, then I want to be able to actually look at this, so I'll just comment this out. And now this would be actually that should be actually right now my cover. That should be right now my cover for the timeline, for the edit profile. And let's actually check out if it works. Let's check out if it actually works. Because right now when we go in the navigation menu, if we click on edit profile, we should be redirected basically to our new component, and we should see this cover displayed. So yeah, this says you should go here and you should go to edit profile, and yeah, it's okay. I guess this is displayed, I guess, pretty much okay. Of course, probably the problem is right now that I have to add also the other elements. This is not why it's not looking that good right now, but let's see if that changes when we add the other elements. So this is actually only the cover. Let us see. Then we have this page contents, we have this row, and we have this class called MD3 and this class called MD7. So this is the left sidebar. So we'll have a component for the left sidebar, and this is actually the part where we will put all the other components, like change password or basic information or things like that. So what I guess we will do right now, we will still have to add this div with ID page contents. Let's create it. So we should right now go back to the parent component, which is this edit profile component. So after we display the cover, we have a div, and this div has the ID page contents. And then we have another div, which is the row, which has the class row, div class row. Okay, and then we have this div called MD3, and here we will edit profile menu. Here we will have all these links on. This is actually the left sidebar. So we'll just put this this div here with class called MD3, and then the sidebar will create a component for it, because we don't want to crowd here the markup in the parent component with a lot of code. So it's exactly actually okay. You have isn't the page content beneath the timeline element? But yeah, it is. Why? Right now we're basically not in the timeline actually. This is a totally separate component, but only that the cover part is fairly similar. But other than that, it's actually a total different component. It doesn't have to do anything with the timeline at all. Or if I'm missing something, then just please feel free to explain a little bit more. What do you mean? So here we'll have something like the component for the sidebar, and then we'll have this div called md7, and here we will place this basic information. I'm just curious till where does it go, and then we'll have another call md2, which I guess it is the right sidebar. Okay, but I'm not sure if I want to also add the right sidebar. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but let's maybe just add it for now. I thought the element was outside the timeline, the div. No. Actually, it's a totally separate element. But I guess the problem was that we were basically missing these divs with the page content that would probably box the content of this. And yeah, that was probably the problem there. So let's then see. We have this call, and we have this to add another call md2. Maybe we want to add something there as well. So we have a call div that has a class which is called md7. Where is it? 7. And we have another div for the right sidebar. I'm not sure if we would add the right sidebar, but yeah, let's keep this div. So it's a div, and this is called class call md2, and right now 3 plus 7 is 10, plus 2 is 12, so it is the regular bootstrap grid. So that should be fine. So thank you for all your feedback. For those of you who are chatting with me both on Twitch and on YouTube, I really appreciate seeing you getting engaged with this. That's kind of very nice. So coming back to what I want to do here, we'll need to create a child component that would contain the sidebar, and then we'll have to create here several actually child components that we will activate depending on what exactly do we click on the sidebar, and then here basically we don't know exactly what we want to put there, but maybe let's just maybe run this, because I may expect right now with all these divs and things like that, maybe the page should look just a little bit better if I go there. Just loading, and let's go here under edit profile. It's loading. It's still not looking that good. I'm not sure exactly why, but it should. Okay, it's because we actually removed the list there. That's actually because we removed the list and the buttons and everything. Yeah, so we'll probably need to add some fake elements there or something like that, so that we have that list, because otherwise yeah, it's problematic. Let's just close it for now, and we'll be coming back to this. But guys, what I need to do right now, I need to take a short break. So it will be a 10 minutes break, but after that I'll continue, and I'll basically try to implement all these child components that we need here, and I would be more than happy to still have you here. So please, if you have the time and if you enjoy Blazor and what we're doing here, then just please stay tuned. Maybe go for a cup of coffee or water or whatever you need, and then just be right back in 10 minutes, as I'll be back to continue my work. So hope to see you there in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay guys, I'm back. Thank you for holding up here, and thank you for still standing by. Here you see I'll be back too. Gotta put my kid to bed first. Oh, yeah, kids. Yeah, it's important to do that. But as I said, I'll be here for a few hours more. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. SCAWDK. Thank you very much. Okay. Once again, don't forget, if you just want to get engaged, I would be more than happy to talk to you. So just don't be shy and use the chat. No matter if you're watching on YouTube or if you're watching on Twitch. That's actually I kind of watch both chats. So yeah. Still be here. Let's answer to SCAWDK. Thank you very much for engaging in the chat. Let me check. So we have here some viewers on Twitch and we have on YouTube some viewers. Okay, let's continue then. So the problem that we have is that in this edit profile cover component, as we removed that list, then things are not displayed correctly anymore. So if I just add some blank list items here, I don't know, would it maybe help? Because I would assume that in this template, in the CSS somewhere, list items have a certain width and height. So let's just put here a few list items, blank list items. Of course, I should not mistype it. So let's have this list item and let's have just another one. So that's surely not the proper way to do it. But once again, I'm really not good at HTML and CSS, and I really don't want to mess up the entire template by trying to change things there or trying to override the CSS. So I'll just use workarounds and hope that they would work. Then we have this follow me list, and here I guess we had the list item that contained actually a button. We'll probably have two buttons here later, but let's for now, or I'm not sure exactly how those were named. So let me just go here, check again. The button, they only had the btn primary class. So let's just add them. So as I said, we'll probably have here two buttons. I don't know, maybe class equals btn primary. So we'll have one button that would actually change profile picture, and we'll have here another button Did I mistype here something? Why didn't it add the closing tag? Yeah, I don't know. And here it would be class equals, once again, btn primary, and that would be change background. And these buttons should probably open something like an upload file component. But as I said, I don't think that we'll manage to implement this. See, we have another thing here in the YouTube chat. I really enjoyed this series. Great content. I think it's the first ever. It was about a complex Blazor application which makes the information super useful. Yeah, thank you very much. I also think, because my idea was, so when a very short history about that. So I'm actually doing this project for a real university. So I had a contact there that they said that they would really like to have something like a social network for their university. That should of course include very common social networking stuff like adding friends and so on, but it should be also specialized for the university, like having the ability to have different types of users like teachers and students and staff, and being also able to, for instance, to see the schedule. So each student should be assigned to a class and it should be able to actually see the schedule that they actually have for the classes that they would have. And that's actually the very, very basic functionality that I would try to put together for this proof of concept. And yeah, I think that this whole idea of a Blazor application. So when I got engaged to the university and they said that they needed that, it was actually I was thinking right away for the front end I would use Blazor, because it's exactly for the same reason that you mentioned. That I think, okay, I played a lot with Blazor. I follow Blazor since it was an experimental project right at the beginning, but having the chance to really work on something that could be evenly used in production is really a total different thing than putting that Hello World application with the counter and the weather forecast. So yeah, that's kind of also my reasoning why I want to use Blazor here. Okay, but now we have added those buttons here, and we should also go for the small screen. And here we have this, can uncomment this button maybe. Let's uncomment it. So we have at least one button. It wouldn't be add friend, change profile picture. Although the text, I guess, is a little bit long for a button on a small screen, but yeah, we'll see. So let's just add also here some fake list items. And maybe just add another button. So we should have two buttons here, and the one should be for changing change background. Okay, and let's check again if the problem is now resolved. If you enjoy this type of content, even if when I finish with this social network, I guess I'll keep streaming things like that, like maybe trying to take a real application that we would have to create together. Maybe something like a CMS. Let's create our own blogging platform using Blazor. I guess that's also complex enough. And this is how both me and maybe both you will get actually to see Blazor in action more, to see the weaknesses, to see the strengths of Blazor. But I'm not getting it, so unless we have something in the list item, I get that's not really helping. And then this other button, it doesn't really look how I wanted it to look. Why is that? Because of course I mistyped here the class. So that's one thing. And just to test, if I add here something, I don't know, whatever, text, if that helps, then maybe we can hide them. I guess in HTML there is a hidden or something like that class or attribute, but we'll search. We have the internet, we have Stack Overflow, so we'll find everything. Let's see if adding the text actually really helped. So it would be edit profile. Yeah, actually that helped. So we have these three texts. But actually I guess that the problem that is still not maybe in the change background. Why is that that those buttons are differently sized? But I really won't spend time here in trying to size the buttons. But the other thing that I guess that could make a difference and make this look even a little bit better is that those list items actually are links in the template. So it would be an A. It would be an A tag. So let's try to do that. Let's try to do that actually. And let's move the text out of there and move it here in this A tag. So I guess that this should right now look even better. Let's see. So let's go to our edit profile component, and yeah, I don't know if it's better, but it's surely different. And right now, if we are here, let's just search the internet, HTML, hide LE. How to hide a list item in HTML, but I don't want it to not occupy, I just want to hide it. Let's see. But how can I hide an item? Create a class and apply it to the element which you wish to hide. You can do it when you generate markup. Display none. Okay, so that is one. Display none. Okay, let's try that out. So that would actually be actually under style. So it's style display none. But it's not on the button that I want to add that. It's not on the button that I want to add this, but it's here on the list item itself. Okay, what is wrong here? What is actually wrong here? Okay, yeah, because it added that also to the closing tag, and of course that's not correct. That's not correct. And let's try it out right now. I'm kind of like a little bit frustrated that I have to spend time to fix this small HTML stuff. I would rather implement Blazor logic, but yeah, that needs also to be done. That needs also to be done. So let's make it be a large screen, and let's go to edit profile. If I hide them, then we're back at square one. Then we are back at square one. Basically, it hides everything. So that is actually not a solution. But let me try something else. Let me try something else. Let me maybe not display anything. So we'll delete all this style, display none, that doesn't really help, but maybe just delete the text out of it. Just delete the text out of it. Let's try again. And let's try again. Okay, what was that? What was that actually? So let me go to the profile, to edit profile again. Yeah, and in this case, okay, I guess that should do it. That should do it, I guess. Of course, we have this change background, which is kind of like a little bit, which the button is bigger than this other one, and I can't. Because they tried to basically put the entire text on a single line, and this is why this text was longer, so the button has a different shape. But okay, that's really something not that's not really something that I will stick or that I will invest time in it. I will maybe just remove the buttons, because I'm not sure that I want to display this functionality. Let's maybe just do that. Let's remove the buttons actually, and see if let's just comment them out first. Let's just comment them out first, because I want to see if I remove them, what effect, so what it will cause in our application. Yeah, it's loading again. Okay. Okay, let's go to our edit profile again. And yeah, I guess that's right now how I would like it to be. And here there will be the picture, here will be the background picture. Of course we don't have pictures yet, but we'll probably add them at some point. And we still have an error here that I didn't really figure out why we have it, because we don't have anything in the console that indicates us what error we have. But yeah, it will also only show when we debug it in development. If we have it in release mode, then it won't show that at all. So yeah, let's close that. So right now I'm happy with that. Let's go then on the small screen size, which is actually here. And actually here I left the list items. But let's just replace them with regular A tags, and let's just maybe remove the buttons here that you actually don't need. And what else do we need to do here? I guess that should be it for the small screen size. And I can also remove that one here because we don't need this at all. I'll still keep this unordered list because it surely has some borders, some margins, whatever that will probably mess things up if I don't have this list. But yeah, let me just check again, and I guess that right now I would be happy with the HTML, so we can go back to actually implementing the logic of our child components and how those will be switched actually. So yeah, let's see. Guys, I have a question for you. It would be very interesting for me to know from which country are you from? I'm streaming from Romania, by the way, but I'm very curious to see exactly where exactly in the world this stream reaches. So please don't be shy and just let me know in the chat where are you actually watching me from. That would be very nice to know, and I thank you very much in advance for that. Okay, so we are here and everything works fine. Let's try to simulate actually a small device and see exactly what that's not actually a small device at all. But then it actually moved it here. No, that's the navigation. It actually removed it at all. What happens here? What happens here? I'm really not sure. But I really want to dive into what the problem here actually is. I really won't do that at all, because right now that bar that basically disappeared on the small device. So yeah, I'm not sure. So you're Denmark, Steve Gordon retweet. Oh my god, thank you. That's nice. Oh, Steve Gordon, I really miss him. We met last year at a conference, and he's a really great guy. Yeah, I'm really happy. Thank you very much for watching. Okay. So other opinions here. So from which countries are you from? Dear viewers on YouTube, don't be shy and just let me know where are you watching me from. I said I'm streaming from Romania. On Twitch seems that guys are a little bit more open to that. And so I have a viewer from Denmark. That's actually great. From where in Denmark? You're right from Copenhagen area or from a different area? And how are things going right now in Denmark with the whole pandemic thingy? Is it just a little bit better yet, or still under lockdown? Yeah, in the meantime, let's just close it, and yeah. So right now that we have this component working, we can go back to the parent, and we said that we need here the left sidebar. So we'll create a new component that would be, I don't know, how should we call it? It should indicate that it is the left sidebar. Let's just name it left sidebar. So it add a new Blazor component, and this would be left sidebar component. Okay, see here from Switzerland, from Zurich area. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for jumping in. Nice. So left sidebar component. Is somebody watching outside Europe? That would be cool to know. So is anybody of you watching from outside Europe? Because yeah, I can understand that also the difference in time zone would be then different. So that's why I'm curious. Let's add a code behind file for this left sidebar component. So let's that would be a class that we need to use. And here we have left sidebar component .razor.cs, and if everything is okay, that should be just fine. Partial class, so that would be okay. Okay, so companies have opened up and mostly back to normal. We just have to keep 1 meter distance and use sanitizer and soap. Yeah, that's actually kind of like we have also in Romania. Only I guess here in Romania the distance actually is 2 meters that we have to keep. So yeah, I see you're just a little bit closer than us. That's kind of cool. But I'm still working from home, I guess. In this period I really just enjoyed working from home. I basically set up my office here with a wider screen and everything. It's also from where I'm streaming. And I think that I'll be mostly working from home from now. So yeah, but let me go here. So we have this left sidebar component, which we will put here. Left sidebar component. Why don't you actually want to find it? Why don't you want, maybe it happens this in Visual Studio sometimes, that we basically have to close this and reopen the Blazor component in order to see some things happening. Let me close a few of them. I still have too many opened. So yeah, the logout, login, and things like that. Work from home was harder than I expected. Yeah, I guess it depends a lot on of the circumstances. If you have kids, I guess it's hard. Then even if you are, I don't know, maybe if you're living with somebody and both or all people in the houses are working from home, that's also hard, I guess. So yeah. Okay, so let me go back to this edit profile component, and why doesn't it want to find it? Left sidebar component. Did I mistype something here? It's left sidebar component. You know what? Because yesterday I had the same problem. Basically, when I ran the application, it actually worked and it was displayed. And afterwards, yeah, everything seemed to be fine again. So let me just go here, and in this left sidebar component, let me put the markup that we need. So we have this. Where are we actually? Timeline menu for large screen. This is something that we have already implemented. So right now we are here in this one. So this is actually this left sidebar, which is this div. So this is just a very simple unordered list. Misspelling 2, 3. Okay. Thank you very much. when this channel on Twitch will grow a little bit bigger and I will be a Twitch affiliate, I would be able to reward you when you can help me out, and so you could get points out of it. So yeah, I hope to get there very soon. For now, I can just say thank you, so I can't really reward you. Okay, let's go back and just put this sidebar in. Let's go and format the document. Okay, right now I would leave all this type of things here, but we'll change that later. Okay, so left sidebar component. Yeah, good catch. Thank you very much. That was actually a very good catch. Okay, let's right now test it out to see if we display the sidebar on the left. It always opens it on the other screen, even if my screen where I have my Visual Studio is actually set as the primary one. It always opens it on the other one, which is not optimal, but so our preloader works, which is actually great, and we have this left sidebar. And you see that when a certain part is active, then it has this active class. So we'll have to implement things that are really similar to what we have in the timeline component, but we'll do that just in a second. I just want to first go through all components that we need to actually display here, and then we'll basically try to implement that front-end logic to display the correct component based on what we actually click here. So let me close that right now. So then after this left sidebar, then we have this actually main part with the edit profile container. So it's actually this one. So we can just copy everything here. Yeah, of course, here we have a lot of things we'll probably have to remove. Oh my god, here are all the countries. Okay, yeah, we'll surely change that. But for now, we'll just copy it. I mean, we work with Blazor markup. We can just do for each, and yeah, just populate things easier than here. But I guess we won't even need to implement a list of countries. We'll see. Let's just take this this one. We have to actually create a component first. How should this component be called? I guess edit basic info component, something like that. Add new razor component, edit basic info component. Let's close this and we will reopen it afterwards, and let's also add the code behind file because we'll probably need it. So it would be edit info component.razor.cs. Okay, there's some typos somewhere. Okay. It's edit basic info. Let's delete it, because if you simply rename it, I don't think it would. It's edit basic info component. Yeah, let's create it. So edit basic info component.razor.cs. And yeah, right now it's correct because we see it under the Razor file. Sorry, not public, but partial. We need to mark it as partial so that we can split between markup and C# code. And yes, here in this edit in basic info component, we'll actually remove right now everything that we have here, and we'll paste everything here, and we'll go through that, and maybe we'll remove some things here because I don't really want to have everything here. We'll have to then figure out exactly what we'll have to edit here based on our real user, because we will probably have to edit things like, I don't know, the faculty, the degree that the user is doing, if it is a student, or things like that. So let's format the document first, and let's first of all, let's just delete this from this list of countries. I don't know, maybe let's just keep, I don't know, some of them. maybe something like that. Then what, well, we have a lot of forms here. So once we really want to implement our real logic here, we'll have to do a lot of changes here, because for forms, for data binding in Blazor, we have a component that comes or that ships with Blazor directly, which is called edit form component, which basically allows you to do very easy data binding. So yeah, let's also remove here some of the years. Let's remove some of the months. Don't think that we will have we surely don't have a date of birth in our model right now, in our domain, and I don't think that we'll edit. Okay, what other things can we remove right now? For right now, I guess we'll leave it like that. Okay, so we have this edit basic info component, and let's also implement the change password component, and we'll start only with those two actually. So let's add that component as well. Add a Blazor component, change password component. Let's remove the code here, save, and also close the file. And let's create the code behind file. Where is, oh sorry, I misclicked. I have to click on the folder, so it's class, and it would be change password component.blazor.cs, and that's fine right now. So it's how is it? How should it be called? So sorry, we should add a partial here. So right now we have the component. Let's go in the template that I have and find it out. So it's under, where is it? Change password. Under edit profile, interest password. That one. So it's that one. Let's take it here one by one. The header, we don't need it because we have it in the layout, I guess. This div class container, it comes from the timeline, so this is what we already have. The timeline cover we already have. This page contents, class row, and call md3. So this is actually the sidebar. We already have the sidebar and we don't need it, so we actually need only the contents that we have here in this one. So yeah, I guess that's only the only thing that we need. I think it starts here, because the other div is called md7. This is something that we already have in the parent component. So in the child, we'll actually only need that. So let's actually go here in the markup and just paste this here. So sorry, let's just maybe format the document. So right now we also have the change password component, which is fine, I guess. Which is fine, I guess. Okay, let's see how. Right now we'll have to implement in this edit profile component, which is the parent component. So here we'll actually need to do similar like we have in the timeline to have a switch statement, and based on some criteria we should actually display the component that is currently active. And for that we will need an enum, and for enums we'll create a different folder in this edit profile folder that represents our feature. So we'll have a new folder under this feature, which is enums. We'll probably have a different folder for models here, but still they belong to the same feature. So this is why all these folders come under this edit profile folder. Is this music to code by we're listening to? Yes, it is. It's actually the only thing that, or the only music that I found for which I could easily buy a streaming license for it. And yes, I know C# Fritz. I even today viewed his stream just a little bit, I guess, for 30 minutes. But actually, this music I know about it from Alexander Slotte, which is doing streams about ML.NET. But yeah, C# Fritz is actually very cool. So I like a lot of things that he's doing actually. And I'm actually even auto-hosting his channel. So when I'm offline and he is online, if you go to my channel, you actually can see him basically, because I think it's useful. It's a very useful channel for .NET developers, I guess. Okay, so we'll create an enum. How should we call this enum? How should we call this enum? Active edit child, because it's a child of the edit. That's nice of you. What exactly is nice of me? Public enum active child, and here right now we actually have only two. So we have first basic, and then we have change password. But as we'll add other components to this, actually, we'll basically have we'll basically come here and hosting Fritz when you're offline. Yeah, well, he doesn't really need to be hosted because he has a lot of followers. However, but I'm also auto-hosting, for instance, I don't know, other guys that I really find useful. Like I auto-host Imo Landwirt, or where with his name or username TerraJobs, which is doing some very cool stuff with his Minsk compiler that he started from scratch, I guess, around 1 year ago. And I'm also auto-hosting Alex Slotte, of course, which I said he's doing streams about ML.NET, and actually right now he's working on a very cool project, on a very cool open source project that he started. Like they build some MLOps .NET tools, so like DevOps tools for ML.NET, because those type of things are missing basically from that library. So yeah, that's a very cool project, and I guess that when I finish with my side project here with this social network proof of concept, I guess I'll also contribute to his work, because there is a lot of stuff to be done there. They also have a website or a web app that will be done in Blazor, so this is one thing that I can do. They also do a lot of things with Azure stuff, and with Azure I'm also fairly proficient, I would say. So yeah, I will probably work with that. And then I auto host another channel which is called Daniel Apex Code, and Daniel is actually building some very cool stuff. He's basically building like a fire alarm systems with Raspberry Pi, ML.NET, Blazor, whatever. So it's basically using real sensor data and machine learning to try and understand from pictures, from smoke detection, whatever, if there is a fire or not. So he's doing some very cool stuff there. So he's usually streaming on Thursdays. I think he's streaming at 9 p.m. CET. So you should definitely check out his channel tomorrow, because he's doing some cool stuff as well. And yeah, and I think I'm also auto hosting the Microsoft Developer channel. Yeah, Azure is so amazing. Once you get a hang of it, I'm still very new to it, but it's already great. Yeah, it is great. I worked on a lot of projects with Azure for customers, like real projects, and you can really see the benefits that it brings for your application, when you can basically offload a lot of things to Azure, especially right now with serverless and Azure Functions. That's actually very great, because you can offload a lot of your infrastructure code to functions, and you actually don't have to really crowd your application with code that needs to execute and do basically some infrastructure stuff. So that's actually very cool. And yes, that fire alarm system, that is really cool, and I guess it's still at the early stages. I guess it would be useful. So if you scroll in my channel, I guess you would see that a section something like that I'm recommending, and there is a list of channels, and Daniel's channel I guess is the first one that is actually recommended there. And those recommendations are basically done automatically by Twitch, I guess, based on the auto hosting list, because until 2 days ago Twitch didn't have this feature. So I'm still trying to figure it out. But yeah, definitely you should follow him and try to check his stream. Yeah, and that's mostly what I follow from this streaming perspective. Yeah. And you talked about C# Fritz is doing mostly Unity this month. That's not something that I'm really interested in. But last month he did talk a lot about Blazor. So yeah. Okay, let's go back to our things. Sorry for the long discussion, but I guess that's the fun of streaming, because you get to talk. You get to talk to each other, and yeah, it's fun stuff. Okay, let's then try to concentrate right now back here. So we have this active edit child, and then what we will need in the parent component, which would be this one, but we'll go here in this in this one. We will have a property that could even be private, which would be active edit child, and here active child. That would be the name. And here we can see in this override of on initialized, I guess that we can say that the child that should be actually active when you actually go to the page should be the basic info. So that should be the first one that is displayed. So this means that in this on initialized we can say, for instance, that active child equals to active edit child and basic. So this is the one that would actually be the default one. And this means that what we could do already, if we go back in the markup, we can already so if you hear a cat here, then yeah, don't bother, it's okay, nothing will happen to her. Okay, it's switch, and here we'll actually do a switch on this active child. And yeah, cool thing about Visual Studio and IntelliSense, it already populated what I need here with this information. So if it is the basic, so if we are in this case, then what we want to do is to add this how did we call it, edit basic info component. So we want to pass this edit basic info component. If it is the change password component, then we want to add the change password component, of course. And this default, I guess we won't actually need. That's actually what we need to do. I'm sure the cat is just being a cat. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. The cat is just being a cat. Yeah, it's a very nice one, and it's a black cat. It's actually very, very friendly and quiet usually. She has her times, but otherwise I'm very happy with it. So yeah, let's there is one other thing that we have to do in the template here. We can even yeah, basically we can check here what happens, but then the next thing that we would have to do is here in this left sidebar component where we have all the links that we actually want to have. Where is it? Left sidebar component. Let's for now have only let's for now, you see that we have here class active, and actually that's when we need to we'll replace this basically with a property that would hold this information, and based on what we click, we would actually change which of those should be active. So let me go here just a little bit and try to make it just a little bit more readable. Let's move first the list item there. Let's move this here, and then let's also move the age ref. And here actually what we need is I guess we'll also need the username, but I guess we'll have it, or no, we don't have it, but we'll probably pass in the user, so yeah, that wouldn't be a problem. And yeah, I guess we should do the exact same thing to all the other list items, because we will have to add some different stuff to them. Then let's also move the A tag. And for now, I guess there's only 2 that we actually need. And yeah, let's just remove all the others. And we'll for now keep only the 2 of them. Of course, we'll then have probably, but this is not something that I will look into right now to see exactly what icons are we using. But for the basic information, I guess the icon will still remain the same, so that would be okay. But then this would be, yeah, basic information, but then this would be the change password. Of course, with some space between. So let's try to work with this component first. What we'll need here to have a parameter, we will need to get a user here, because we will need to access things like the username, because we'll need that for the routing. So it would be parameter, and it would be user get set. And of course, I mentioned it already that that should be public, of course, otherwise yeah, it's not working as a parameter. You could just have used the last 2 link structs. Okay, yeah. Yeah, but I have to, because you know the problem is here in the link that I put, it actually needs to be exactly the same link to the parent, because otherwise it would navigate away, and this is not what I want to do. And in order to match the link of the parent, I need the username actually, and that's kind of like the dynamic part of that URL. So what this would mean then is that we'll be able to create a new property then, private string, let's name it URL, and yeah, we could have this get set, but we could also, I guess we can't do this just like here, but we can have here public, or we can override the onInitialize protected override, not the async one right now, because for now I don't think we'll do any async stuff here, although we'll do, because from this component we'll have to trigger event callbacks to the parent, and we can, and this is done asynchronously in order to invoke also the state has changed. So yeah, indeed in this case it would be override task async task, and it would be the onInitialized async. Of course, it just took away the async. And actually we don't add the async just now. We'll add it later when we'll do real async stuff. For now we don't do anything async here. But what we will do here is, for instance, we can say here when we initialize that, we say that the URL would be equal to, let's use some string interpolation here. It would be equal to user dot username, and then it should be, I don't know, how did we call it, edit profile, how did we call it actually, where is it, It's the username and edit. Yeah, this is what we want to specify. A username and edit. But we also need the slash here and edit. So then basically what we can do here in the markup, but it should return it should return a task. For now, return task dot from result, I don't know, 0. Just return a task. We'll come to change this once we'll do some real async stuff in there, and that would be soon enough, I guess. Okay, so let's go then. In the markup here, we can then for the hrefs, we can just use that URL property. And here it's exactly the same, because the URL in this href should be exactly the same, because we want to stay exactly on the same place in the application. So we'll put it there. So yeah, that is what we have done. Now, the other thing is we should set the class to active based on which exactly we are right now. So in this case, what we'll do in this component, and once again, I guess that there's several ways to do that, so it's not that this would be the only way, but that's the way that well, I came up with yesterday, and for now I think it's a good one. We can simply have properties like private, I know, we should call it what have you? We have a basic info active, get set. Of course, it should be of type string. Basic info active, and it should be of type string. Then we have a property private string change password active, and here get set once again. Now, as we said, the default for this component here, we miss a semicolon, of course. So the default for this component should be, so the default active part should be the basic info part. So in this case, we see that we can simply say by default that it is active, or maybe not there. Maybe if we have this initialized, on initialized, we can set it there. So we can say here that basic user info active equals I don't know. It should equal to active, of course, because this is the string that we'll have to use in the class. And then we can say that the change password component, change password active. Typo in basic info active. Okay. Yeah, indeed. Thank you for the catch. Thank you for the catch. A very good one. Thank you for that. Yeah. So, and the change password active would be equal in this case to string.empty. But now what we can do here is we can go back in this component and say, for instance, here on this list item, or maybe on this href actually, we can say, for instance, sorry, it would be here, on click. And when we click on it, instead of really doing the routing, we actually want to trigger a method in our component, which would be called set change password active. Of course, we don't have this method right now. We don't have even to use the parentheses, but we can think that, okay, this will be by default active when we navigate to for the first time, but then we can simply change the navigation from one link to the other. So we have also a way to set this back active again. So in this case, also here, we'll have an on click, And if you've done web development, you see that this is really a lot similar to what we have actually in JavaScript, because that's exactly what we do in JavaScript or TypeScript. If you use Angular, it's basically that. So on click in this case would be set basic info active. And of course we just have to implement those methods right now in the code behind part. And here we'll have then private void. I don't want to return anything here. Let's just go to make sure that so first one, let's implement this one first. It would be called like that, and I don't need any incoming stuff. Theoretically I could pass some event information from the click, but I really don't need to do that. Because the only thing that I want to do here right now is, and I will do a very bad thing again and copy paste code, but yeah, I like to do some bad stuff sometimes. And what we actually need to do here is actually just switch those. So in this case, this basic info would be string.empty, and this would be actually then would be equal to active. So that's actually what we do. And then we have then the other method that changes it back, private void set basic info active, I guess it's called. And here we'll actually do it once more. So we will change basically between them. And the only thing that I'm not sure if we did in the markup so far is if we set that active class, because you see here is class active, but here in this case it's class. And here how did we name it? So for the basic info we have basic info active. So here instead of the string active it would be basic info active, and this one would be then a class equals change password active. And I guess we can already try this out. Let's see. It's starting a little bit slow. I'm not sure exactly why, but yeah. Okay. Good. So is this viable with 5 links on the page? It seems straightforward, so I can't see a problem. Yeah, that should actually work. Actually, I think I have 3 or 4 links in the timeline. I don't see a problem to that, so technically there is no problem to that. Maybe if we have a lot of links, maybe we need to try to kind of like maybe create something like a service that would activate information, that we put all the logic for the activation in a service or something like that. But that's actually front-end logic. So in Angular you would do exactly the same, but using TypeScript functions. So yeah, I wouldn't see a problem here. Let's go here to the edit profile, and hopefully everything is okay. Okay, it's not okay. We have here a problem, and the problem is that the URL is null. Okay, but and what's the problem if the URL is null? Yeah, I get the URL is null. Okay. Okay, let's set a default for the URL. Okay. So that shouldn't be null right now. So let's run it again. So you see, those type of things happen when you're actually doing live coding. So it's not that I don't get errors. So it's let's see. Let's see if it works this time. So let's go to the edit profile. And finger crossed. Oh, it's still a problem. Oh, it's still... okay. It's still a problem here, but URL is string.empty. Yeah, hover of the user property. Okay, I know, because yes, we have defined a parameter. Thank you very much. That's a great catch. Thank you very much. The problem is that we have specified this parameter here as an incoming parameter, but in this parent component, where is it? Edit profile component. We actually don't pass it in. So user equals user, and now it should be right. Thank you very much. That was a very good catch. Thank you very much. Okay, so now I guess that it should work. That's kind of the fun part, to have somebody watching you. They see things better. Let's start it again, because we haven't actually passed in that parameter. That was the problem, I guess. Let's check again. So edit profile. Yeah, that's right now it loaded, so we have the basic information which is actually active right now. And if we clicked on this, yeah, it kind of like okay, of course it didn't navigate to the other one, because yeah, the problem is that we have to implement that in the parent component, but actually it is not even marked as active. But I guess this is because that's I don't know. Let's look into it, because the next step would be to actually notify the parent that hey, something has changed here, and you would actually have to display a different type of component. Before we go to that, let me just go to where were we actually? In the edit pro, in the sidebar. Where is the sidebar? It's actually here. So we have this change password active, which is, it should actually be okay. Yeah, but because we actually don't notify the parent, and because we don't call the state has changed, I guess before we notify the parent, I guess that what we could do here is if we call state has changed. So in that case, I guess that new link should be marked as active, and of course we should add this also here. State has changed. We don't need to use this state has changed when we actually do this through the parent, because then when we invoke an event callback, Blazor automatically calls also this state has changed, and this actually causes the components basically to re-render the data that they actually have in it. So if you change something in the parameters actually that you use, or in the properties that you use, you also need to notify Blazor that the state has changed. So let's you might have a call state is changed manually on one component. Yes, that could be true, but as I said, right now I just want to prove that this should actually work, I guess, because once we implement the event callback, which will be the exact next step, then the event callback, when it's triggered or when it is invoked, it automatically calls state has changed. So we don't have to do it manually anymore. That's kind of like the beauty of state has changed. And right now, but it's still not marked as active. That's actually strange. It's actually strange, because we have called state has changed, but yet that didn't happen exactly. Yeah, because I think it's re-rendered from the parent. I guess we need to do that in the parent. So I guess we'll need to implement that event callback first, and we'll check that again. For now, let's delete this and let's implement the event callback actually. So how we implement the event callback is we just need another property which is a parameter, but it is the type, it should be public of course, is all parameters, but it is of type event callback of our enum, which is active edit child. Active edit child. And let's call that active or change active child. Get set. And right now, what is the problem here? No, okay, it just took a little bit. So just at the break point on line number 22. So yeah, you mean somewhere here. I guess you were right. So I really believe you. But let's change to implement this using profile enums. Let's implement this event callback and see how it behaves afterwards. And if we still need to debug afterwards, we'll come back to that. So right now, this change active child. So this is actually where we will actually need to make our methods here async, because so we will have we would mark this as an async, and we will mark this as an async, and we will return a task. And then what we'll do here actually is that we'll simply say await change active child, invoke async, and we pass in what should be active right now. What should be the active child? It should be the set. It should be the change password. So it would be active child, active edit child dot change password. Okay, and we should do exactly the same thing when we have here async, and we will return a task, I guess. And here we'll simply say await. Then our change active child property dot invoke async, and here in this invoke async, once again active edit child, and in this case it would be the basic info. So this information will then be this event will be fired, and if we listen to it in the parent component, we can get this information and set our active child in the parent based on what we have here. So let me go in the parent, and where is edit profile component, and when we call this left sidebar, we also will say that how did we name that? Change active child. And for this change active child, how should we call this method? How should we call this method? It would be something like maybe change active child. Of course, we don't have right now a method that in our parent component, but we will create it right away. So in this one, we will have this private. It would return void. It would be called change active child, and it would take in as a parameter the active edit child, which will come basically from the event. And the only thing that we have to do here is set the active child to the child that we actually received here. Active child equals child, and this should theoretically also trigger the state has changed everywhere. So right now we should be hooked up to the event, and whenever that event fires, the parent would be notified and change the active child, which would actually help to display the current active child in this part. So let's try it actually out. let's try it actually out. Let's see. So, edit profile. Now we have this edit profile, but yeah, actually it changed the child, which is okay. But the only thing that I don't like it is that it actually doesn't set the class. Yeah, I guess we should put some breakpoints somewhere. Where should we see exactly what happens? So the problem is that we are here in this left sidebar, and we send this change password active. So it's kind of like this. This isn't set to active. Let's actually look in the code behind here. So when we click on set change password active, of course this is a typo. It should be with small a. That I guess was the problem. Between right now I see in the Twitch chat. Is there a difference? Yes, it is a difference. And when I noticed it, yeah, it is a difference, because if you capitalize it, then that is basically a different string. Then that is a different string. And right now that's exactly the behavior that we want, and you can see that we can change actually between these two different components right now. And every time we click, basically we also update the component that we actually display here. So that's actually exactly what we need. So basically CSS class properties are not changing on left side component. Yeah, exactly. So it was changing actually, but the only problem is that when it changed here instead of being active with small a, it was active with a capitalized A. And yeah, HTML CSS doesn't recognize that as a valid class, because the class that is named in CSS, probably in the bootstrap files or in the custom CSS files or of these templates, is active with small a. So that was why it was actually not finding a class called like that, because the first letter was capitalized in my case. So this was actually, it was setting a class, but that class actually didn't do anything because it was nowhere defined in the CSS. Yeah, so when it comes to classes in HTML and CSS, the capitalization matters actually. Okay, so right now we have all this fancy stuff. I just want to look at it again, because I'm actually quite happy with what we did right now. Because we can simply navigate through the different components very easily, and just display also correctly what the active component actually is. And yeah, that's actually cool stuff. So yeah, the only thing is that we don't keep actually the exact place on the page where we are. But yeah, that's actually it. So that's something that I won't surely investigate for this proof of concept. So for now I'm really happy with this one. So right now I guess the next thing that I would like to do is implement the first real functionality here in this front end that would actually also affect my back end, I would say. So I would like to change the password, but I hope that you'll understand me. I would really like to take a 10 minutes break first. I know that a 10 minutes break is a break, and I don't know if you're still able to follow, but if you liked what you're doing and you think that you want to just keep in touch with me, then just please stay tuned for 10 more minutes, and then we'll continue and we'll implement this change password functionality. So yeah, thank you very much in advance for standing by, and I hope that I'll be able to see you here to see you here after the break. So there is this question on Twitch: is there a way to avoid the whole page refreshing and going to the top when you go? Actually, the page is not refreshing. It goes to the top, that's correct, but this is not a page refresh. A page refresh means actually when you're doing a new request basically to the server, but this is everything happening client side, so that's not actually a refresh. We can see even in if we'll bring up the developer tools, and then I will go with a break. It's not a refresh what we say here. Let's open the developer tools and let's clear this network. So if we change that, it's not a refresh. So we didn't send any request. That's not a page refresh. It's just a re-rendering of the components that we're currently displaying, but everything happens actually in the client side, so it's not a real refresh at all. Nothing is actually a refresh here. You see that no network traffic, nothing. So everything is just handled client side like it is in Angular or React or any other front-end framework. So it's not a real refresh. The only problem is, and I said that I won't invest time into investigating how to really solve that, is that I lose the current navigation on the page, so that I'm here, for instance. So this is what I lose, but this is not a refresh. This is only a re-rendering of the component. It's not a real refresh. Yeah, and probably there are some way that we can avoid that, but I said I just want to focus right now on the functionality, and well, maybe we'll go on this fine-tuning later when most of the features are already done for the proof of concept that I have to present. And yeah, then if we'll have time to look into this small stuff, we'll surely do. Yeah. Okay, so right now, coming back to this idea of having a break, I really hope I'll see you back here after the break, because I just want to do some things here. Okay, that's because component heights are different than parent component. Yeah, probably. Probably you're right. I can't argue with that. But I guess that solving this problem will be mostly things like, I don't know, things that should be done probably in CSS or something like that. But yeah. Okay, let's now go for the break, and then we'll catch up in 10 minutes. And I really hope to still have you here, because we have still some very cool things to do right now. So let's meet again in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay guys, so I'm back. I see. Oh, you're still with me. A lot of you. Thank you very much for standing by. That's I really appreciate that. Really, thank you very much for that. Okay, so let's see where did we actually leave? Where we should implement this change password, I guess. But then another thing that I want to say, especially to those of you who might be watching on YouTube, I'm also streaming on Twitch, and there is some content that I stream on Twitch that I don't stream on YouTube. So if you want to keep in touch with that, twitch.tv, I will just give you my channel here, and feel free to follow it. The idea is that on Twitch I usually also stream content that the idea is that is not really related to programming, like playing chess. This is something that I do, and I usually lose at chess. So if you want to see me losing at chess, then if you follow me on Twitch, you will surely get the chance to do that. So yeah, if you want to do that, then here's the link to my Twitch channel. So yeah, feel free to follow me there, and yeah, for the content that I stream exclusively on Twitch. Okay, let's then go one step further. Desktop clutter. Oh yeah, oh yeah, that's true. I certainly need to clean up my desktop. It certainly gets very messy. So the idea is that what we want to implement right now is the part where we change our password. So that is actually here. Change password component. Let's see first of all what type of content do we have here, because we might not want to change or to do a lot of things here. So we have this line of let me just run it to also visualize it better, to just understand what elements do I really want to keep and what elements I don't want to keep. Okay, and yeah, the page was of course opened on the other browser. Sorry, on the other screen, but I changed that. So let's go back to edit profile and go to change password, and let's see what here is some text, but I don't think that we really need some text here. Like, changing password is it's a process that's fairly straightforward in all the applications. You just have to provide an old password, the new password, and then confirm your password, and that should actually be it. And the forgot password link, well, that's surely a functionality that we won't have in the application right now for this proof of concept. So we can just remove this link. So I guess the text here and the link here could be removed. Let's do just that. So we have then this div class line, and then we have this. Yeah, I guess that just adds some lines there. And yeah, I guess I just delete these divs. I guess that should do it. And then here we have this class edit block, and ID education. Okay, that's kind of strange. So this is the form. Then we have different inputs here. So we'll need, so first of all we'll have this input for ID is my password, form control. I'll just make it I don't know, something like that, because we probably need to add further things here that come from Blazor. Then old password is I guess we should keep that, and the title change password. Then we have this other one with the new password, and let's also try to make it fit better in the screen because we'll have to add some elements. Then we have here this class form control once again for let's get the name of on a new line and the placeholder once again on a new line, and that's actually what we need. And we don't actually need this part at all. So what we actually need to do here is right now implement this idea of basically we need to bind this to a certain model, and I don't remember everything exactly then from scratch. So what I can do here is Blazor how it is model binding. I know that there is the bind keyword that we can use, which is yeah, what you need to use, but I don't recall exactly. I know that we need to use an edit form component. It's input bind, so yeah, this is exactly how we bind to a certain model that we actually have. But I remember that it was actually on change. Yeah, but this is okay, when something changes here that doesn't really interest me. But there was this edit form component which actually unparsable values. Okay, format strings, parent to child binding. That's not something that we're really interested in because we have the event callback, but this is something that we already know. But I guess maybe we should bind or bind value. Yeah, we have those, and it's bind. Yeah, we can bind to the value, but yeah, there are different things. But I guess with the bind it should work. I saw it work, but actually what I'm looking for here, there is actually a Blazor built-in component which is similar, or we can relate to it or refer to it something like a tag helper that we would have in a normal ASP.NET Core MVC application. And in that component is called edit form component, and then probably I will search here for Blazor forms, because I don't recall exactly in these forms how do we actually execute something there. So we have this name that of course we can use at notations here, and you see this is what I was looking for. So it's actually the edit form, and it's here we specify the model for the edit form, and then it is this onValid submit. So this is actually what I was looking for, and this is then the method that we would have to implement in our code behind. And then for the input, and here the button type submit, that's okay. And the input here they used bind value in this form. So yeah, that's actually what we need to implement. Thank you very much. Do you actually also work on Blazor project? Because I see that you're fairly familiar with what we actually need to do. Can you maybe share your experience about your work with Blazor? What do you think about it? What are you currently doing with Blazor? I have some problems with my site, so I don't see very well. So your name is Rushab or something like that. Sorry for mispronouncing it. But yeah, please feel free to share. Okay, so what are you currently working on? What's your experience so far with Blazor? Okay, in the meantime, while you're right, let's start actually change that. So we'll have to create a model first. So you are working on event management project. Oh, that sounds great. Is this an open source project or something like that? Yeah, I can only assume that it is a very complex project. Event management is a very important stuff, and it's not easy. Is that an open source project or something like that? If it is an open source project, then just please feel free to post us or to let us know, or maybe to post the GitHub repository. That could be maybe something interesting that we would want to check out. So yeah. Okay, let's go back then to our application and try to let's try to start with the model. So it's good, but some complex topics still I'm finding issues. Okay, but once again, no, it's not open source. Okay, I can see that. Okay, let's create a new folder here. I don't know, maybe we can it's customer based project. Okay, I understand. It's for a specific. So do you actually have do you work actually for or with a real customer that wants to have a Blazor app? Or because that's I actually never came across a real customer that really wants to implement something based on Blazor. That's actually cool if you really get to do that. Okay, let's create this new folder in the meantime, which we'll call models here. And here we'll have probably several different models, because we'll have a model for password change, SCA WDK. I do. So you know customers that really want to implement Blazor. That's cool. I really envy you a lot. Okay, so let's add this. Let's add the class here. Let's add the class, and here we'll call this change password model. And this will be a very simple class. It would have only a public string old password. It would have then a public string for the new password, and then it would have a public string for confirm password. Okay, so when I work, they already started working on, I guess, with Blazor. That's kind of cool. And as WDK, you're building an application for a customer that sells services to businesses. It's mostly scheduling and a messaging system. That's cool. And to do it in Blazor, that's actually cool. Are you doing it in in server-side Blazor or Blazor WebAssembly? But there's also invoice features and more. Yeah, I can assume. That's cool that you get to really work hands-on on such projects. That's really cool. Yeah, the question still remains for both of you. Is it then is it server-side Blazor like we have here, or is it Blazor WebAssembly? SCAW, yeah, sorry. Yeah, server-side. Sorry for misspeaking your username, your nickname. WebAssembly for customer, server-side for the administration. Okay, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Okay, let's I guess the only real validation that I want to do here is I put required. I really won't create custom validators for password that it should have a certain strength or things like that. For this proof of concept, that's not something I will concentrate. So I will just use this required, and maybe I will put some length, some string length. But that's I guess the only things that I want to put. And the min length I need to put only on the new password and confirm password. Okay, here, hello. Isn't server side too heavy on the server for lots of users? It's actually just pronounce is scav. Scav is okay. Scav, okay. Or Scav, like English. Okay, so let's add here a min length. And here the min length, I would say, I don't know, should be 8, I guess. And of course that should be the same. Min length 8. And coming back to the question here on the YouTube chat, if server side is not too heavy for the server, if there are too many users. So this is actually a question that I really can't really answer you, and this is, I guess, the point where maybe those of you who are already working on a Blazor server-side project, I really don't know what happens, for instance, if we have, I don't know, something like 1,000 users that use the application at the same time, because that would mean that we would have 1,000 different WebSockets connections. So yeah, I know that this was tested a lot, and Microsoft is using server-side Blazor for a lot of things that they do themselves, but I really don't know what exactly would be the breaking point for that, because it's not the application I'm building is for about 5 administrators and maybe 25 customers, and I can't imagine for that one, yes, that's for sure. But yeah, that's I guess things that we'll maybe find out while customers will implement this. And here on the YouTube chat, just definitely share the article that you mentioned. I will definitely want to check it out, and I'll post it also on the Twitch chat, so viewers on Twitch would also be able to check that article out. So just put it in the chat if you have a good article regarding performance in server-side Blazor. That would actually be great. Okay, so until you post that, let me just go one step further. So this is actually the model that we have, and I guess that should be right now just fine. So yeah, it's not posted yet, but I'm waiting for it. Just another comment, because the moment I really like working with server-side hosting model, mostly because it helps avoiding the API. Yeah, exactly, that's true. That's exactly what I said at the beginning of the stream. That mostly it's easier to work with this one because you don't have to create a totally separate layer for the client, and that's cool. I guess that Blazor WebAssembly makes a lot of sense when you're not doing the entire project. When, for instance, you rely on information from APIs that you don't maybe manage yourself, or that are already built, and you just want to consume that information. In that case, the Blazor WebAssembly would be the go-to version. But if you actually handle the entire project, then it doesn't really make sense to just create an entire API layer for just having something to speak to your Blazor application. That's totally agree with that. But Rushab, please feel free to paste in the article that you mentioned, because also Twitch viewers just want to know more about that. So in the meantime, I'll just go back here, and yeah, we're done with the change password model. So what we can do here is let me just check it once again here. So we have this edit form, and it binds to a certain model, which is correct, but then it binds the value. But then I guess this needs to be actually, this is the example model, name is too long, okay. But then here we bind it to that value, but we actually, in the code behind, we create, of course, a new example model, of course. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, because otherwise we cannot really bind it. So what should we do? We are here in this change password. So what we'll need here is a new property, or I guess it could be even a field in this case, but let's make it a property. I don't want to use lowercase letters. So it would be a private, and it would be a change password model. How should we call it? Change password model, I guess. model get set, and it should be basically new change password model. So in that case we have the model, and it means that if we go to the markup, we can try to start to actually change some stuff here, because we will need to edit the form. So that's actually and that's correct. Now the name, update pass and ID and this class, I guess we need to keep because it's for the CSS part. So I guess that the only thing that we need to add here is this onValid submit. Let's say onValid submit, and where should we put it? And this should fire a method that is called change password. And when the method is fired, we'll actually already have in the model all the updated information, so we will be able to take it just from there. Let's just implement this method for now. Now we don't implement the logic, I just want to finish up the form. So it would be a private void change password, and yeah, that would be what we need here. But what we will still need here in this code behind, but let's finish with the markup, and then we'll come back. So we have this label. Let me just look in this one again. Let's also use this data annotations validator and validation summary. So let's also add those components, because that would be important, I guess. So that should be added right here, because that would help us to just display the validation summary and the errors that we have. And then what we have here input text. So we have it's a special component, it's called input text, where we have to bind to the value. So yeah, let's just keep or change all input to input text. But the only problem here is I'm not sure if we can keep all these classes. Declare a model on edit form. Yeah, I forget it. The input text is optional. What do you mean with the input text is optional? Okay, so you see that it should work without it. Let's change, and it's also able to do the validation, because I'm not sure. Okay, but is that still able to do the validation? Because I was assuming. Okay, thank you very much. That's great. So if you would be on Twitch right now, and yeah, if I would be an affiliate, I would be able to send you a reward. Yeah, some gamification always helps. Yeah, thank you very much. That was actually a very, very valuable insight. You can use HTML input field. Okay, yeah, thank you for the confirmation. Okay, so then we leave that like that, but as you said, we also have to define the model, which should be here something like that. And in this case, let's go here, and let's maybe go here on a separate line, and here let's say model, and that would be equal to how did change password model. That would be the model. Yeah, thank you very much. So in this case, is this Blazor WebAssembly or Blazor server? It is a Blazor server side, this one. But this type of binding and forms and most of the things that we do here actually applies for the WebAssembly too. And here, if we don't have the input text, can we still use the bind value? Oh, it seems we can. So here we would need to bind to our change password model, and here this is the old password, I guess. Yeah. And then in the next one, I'll see what is the next one. It is the new password. So let's also try to bind something here. To bind the value, and that would be that change password model, and that would be the new password. And last but not least, it would be here another one, a bind value, and that would be equal to change password model dot confirm password. Okay, I see a lot of discussions going on here. So you can also add the error messages below each input, like validation message 4. Okay. Oh, it's okay, more user friendly to have it under each one of them. Yeah, that kind of makes sense what you say. And here, okay, let's actually try to do that. So we should put this validation message under the input itself. So let's try to do that. Validation message. And here you say that what we have to do is 4. And you say that what we have to do here is simply provide, okay, just simply provide an action here. That's what you suggest. It's for the validation 4. And we do the action for change password model dot new password. So you mean it's like that? It should work like that? Okay, let's try to add it also here. Okay, so you say we should use a property. So you say we should define new properties for that. Okay. So this one would be for confirm password. You know what? Let us here that would be input type submit. What would be button class, and button, I guess it would be type also submit. So that should do it right now. Okay, so let's maybe try this out. Okay, so okay, you say that I have okay, bind value and old password, but we have to specify the model for because we specify already the model. We just yeah, I understand, because the model is already, yeah, with round braces rep 4 method. With round the entire 4. Okay, yeah, that would probably make sense. Yeah, let's just try it out. I just want also to learn by experience what this actually means. So the old password, let's say I just okay, and here I still see the validation. The field new password must be a string or array type with a minimum length of 8. Yeah, so I still see the validations here. But but of course I would have also to provide here some friendly names, or to provide the errors that I want to show. That is correct. So it actually works like that. But what do you say is actually, so here this works even if I don't put it in another set of won't work any validation. Okay, so for this method you say that I should wrap this in another parenthesis like that. That's what you are suggesting? I set some validation. That the data annotations that I set are basically the validation that I set on the model. You have both validations below your field and the summary. Yes, that's correct. I still have the summary, and I still have everything that below each field. That's correct. Okay, so let's try by wrapping everything up here, as you said, maybe in parentheses, but I'm really not sure if this really helps with anything. But yeah, let's just do it. Once again, the main purpose is just to make it work right now. And what you say is that bind value, and this could actually be easier, because you say that I can only specify old password and new password, I guess, because we declare what exactly the model is. So if that would work right now like that would be actually great, but it actually doesn't. So we cannot bind directly to old value, to old password. We need to bind to update pass. Yeah, that's how I had it before. Not to the class. I'm not sure exactly, because I bind it to the model. This is actually an instance change password. Sorry, this change password model. This is an instance of something. So change password model dot old password. See, because it's an object. It's already initialized. It's not the class itself. Change password model. Yeah, it's probably what I did wrong here is that I should have come up with a different name, because right now the class actually and the property name is actually the same. Change password model. It was correct before. Okay, good. Yeah, so let's try again. Let's, however, I guess scav. You said probably we should remove the validation summary that we have on top, maybe. So yeah, let's try this again. Let's try this again. So it's starting up. Okay, so here let's go to edit profile. Let's go to change password, and here let's put whatever. So in this case I have, yes, this validation is here, this one goes here, and this one goes here. So yeah, I guess that's okay. You've got a wrong binding on a validation message for old password. Okay, let me check it. Yeah, so this is old password. Yeah, that's true. That's true, I suppose. Thank you very much. Good catch. Okay, so what I would like to do right now is basically go back and try to actually implement the code behind. So what the actual functionality of changing the password. Sorry, not here, but here. So here in this change password, we would of course need to inject the repository. So we'll use this inject, and we'll inject, we should of course add the ASP.NET Core components, and here I guess it would be the user repository. Let's call it user repo. And but actually no, I don't want to do that. I want to follow that pattern that is actually recommended in Angular, which is called container presentation. So my child components are only presentation components. I don't handle data, or I don't do anything with data here. Whenever something changes in the child, we should notify the parent, and the parent should then apply the necessary changes. So in this case, I would, from this child component, I would just have to set up an event callback, and then in the parent, where I already have the user repository and everything, so only the container component, which in this case is the parent component, should perform any operations on data. So yeah, in this case, let's just create an event callback. We don't need actually the repository here. So it would be a parameter. Let's call it event callback of, and I guess it would be of change password model, because we'll simply change the model there of change password model. And yeah, it would be on password changed get set. So of course that should be public. That's why we have the squiggly line there. And yeah, so when that happens, so what we'll do in that case, in this change password, we'll simply say here it would be an async one, because we should invoke async the event callback. So we'll see here it's a private async and returns a task, and it's called change password. And actually the only thing that we do here is await on password change dot invoke async, and we'll pass in this model. But of course we should also validate it. Invoke async and change password model. Okay, you have to send updated model to parent. Yes, of course, that's exactly what I will do, because this is a reference type. So whenever I change something in that form, I would have already the new values here. So I can simply pass it in. The only thing that I could do here, and that would be important, if model state don't I have model state here? I know that there should be a model state. I knew that there should be a model state here. Don't I have a model state in Blazor? It's a lot of things about descriptions and how you can bind to different types of things right now. The form won't be the submit event if it's not valid. Yeah, because yeah, that's correct. Because yeah, it won't even trigger the method for change password if the form is not valid. Yeah, that's true. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So in this case, we can just invoke this async, and then in the parent, we should implement the event callback is called on valid submit for a reason. Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's totally true. Of course. Yeah, it's called for a reason like that. Good. Let's then just go to the parent, and here in edit profile component, which is my parent. In this case, let's provide here a method which would be private. I don't exactly know. It should be surely it would be an async one, because it will use the repository. but I'm not sure if I want to return something here. Probably I don't want to return something here, so it's async task and change password. And then the only thing is that I would need to take in here that change password model, and let's name it just model, because that will come from the event. So yeah, it's async because submit is your catch. Okay, yeah, thank you. That's true. So this change password, this I want to be triggered when the event callback actually fires. So if I go here, and that would be on this change password component. So I have here on password changed. I just want to use the change password method. That's correct. And right now, if we go here, I guess we'll even have to do some things in the repository actually, because we don't actually expose the method for changing the password. So yeah, I guess we should actually do that. What should we actually do? Let's have a task. What should we actually return? We don't actually need to return the entire user. We just need to return a confirmation that kind of the password was changed or that it was not changed. So usually I would, as I said, I guess also in the other stream, I usually would create a class, a generic class, something like operations response or things like that, where I would have the summary of what happened, and I would usually return that every time. But right now, I guess to make it simpler, because I just want to finish this up, is I simply return a bool. So if I return true if the operation was successful, and I would return false if the operation was not successful due to any type of reason. So in this case, let's say change user password. And here what I will think, so I'm here, I really don't care about the models that we have in the front end. I just want a string for the old password. I want a string for the new password. And I want a string for the confirm password. Although return a full model back. No, I don't actually want to return the full model back. Or yeah, you're right, because the model will actually change, or the user will change. It will have an updated password. So yeah, I guess that's that should be correct. So I'll return the user, but then I'm thinking, because I should validate that the old password and the confirmed password are actually the same. So this is a very, very basic validation, but the question is, where do you think it would be better to put that? Should I do the validation in Blazor directly, or should I do it here in the repository or I guess I should do that. No, because we followed, you can also use data annotations for that too. I mean to check if those passwords match. Yeah, I assume I can do that, but the problem here is I also want, of course, I can do that in the front end. I'm not sure exactly what data annotations to use for that, but let's actually go do that. Let's actually go do that. Where are we? It's here. So it's the change password model. So it's better on model level. That's true, but I will still have to do some changes or to validate this also in the domain, and I will tell you exactly why. Okay, I don't really want to spend time to create a custom validator. Do we have a built-in data annotations to check if two values match or something like that? Because if we don't have a built-in data annotation for that, I will simply skip that. mean, for this proof of concept, I don't really even need to do that, or yeah, maybe I need. But the idea is that why I said that, yeah, we can validate it for the model so that we are sure that we have all the correct information that we have to send to the backend. But on the other side, the backend part, actually we created or we worked on it using domain-driven design patterns and principles. And in that domain-driven design patterns and principles, we have this idea of aggregate. And in this aggregate, we have this aggregate root, which is the user in that case. And as per the domain-driven design patterns, the idea is that we should, or the aggregate root should actually apply all the invariants for that specific aggregate, which means should always check, and it needs to always make sure that the model will be in a valid state. So this means that when we want to change actually the password, what we theoretically need to do is to go also through the domain model with that. But then the problem is that another very important thing in domain-driven design is that you should use domain events to notify when things change. But I don't have time to really implement domain events right now. So I guess I don't actually do the validation in the domain model. Okay, so you say it is confirm the data. I don't know what is the confirm. What do you mean by that? And the end is the change password handled by user manager. It's actually handled by the user repository, so we have a repository for that. Theoretically, it should be handled by the domain model itself, so we should maybe try to change to actually call a method on the domain model, and that should validate if the password is correct, so that the object will be in a consistent state. And if that would be true, that domain model should actually fire a domain event that a password changed, and probably we should have an event handler that would listen to that event, and whenever that happened, then it would use the repository to just write the change to the database. But I don't have really time to implement this entire flow, which would be the best practice. So you say that I think that the attribute is called compare, to compare against. Okay. Let's try that. If that works, then I'm really happy with that. So it would be where should it be here? The change password model. So we should the confirm password. This is actually, so you said that it is confirm or confirm, and then I guess I don't have this this confirm. It's install package Slack webhooks. No, that's not right. Compare. Lucene.net, that's I guess also not right. So it says it's compare to compare against. No, I guess that that wouldn't work. So new user in the Twitch chat. Hello Alexandra. Nice to have you here. Actually, Alexandra is my very first Twitch follower, so yeah, thank you very much for that. Okay, you'll say round bracket. Okay, but it's still okay. Okay, yeah, that's true. And let's see what does it do. There is no provides an attribute that compares two properties. Okay, and then I want to compare this to the new password, I guess. Or no? An object reference is needed. Cool. Okay. So say string value. in double quote. I'm not exactly sure what you mean. I never worked with this. And here you say that yeah, but I would need to get the value from here somehow. But still it would be, I don't know, does it work like that? New, sorry. I still need a reference to the object. So yeah, I try to do that with string interpolation, which should theoretically work. You see it work, but an object reference is required to a non-static field method and so on. Okay. I mean, we can even make them static, I guess, but they won't even build. I guess that won't even build. Let's try to build it. It won't even build. Oh, that's this error here. So I no string interpolation required. Okay. Just like that. Okay, let's check that. Okay. Okay. Good. Let's see then. We'll check that. Of course, we will have to go back to the user repository. In that case, yeah, to the interface, I guess. First, yeah, it's what I ended up doing, I guess. But I never actually worked with this data annotation, so I'm really curious if that works. But till we can check, I would have to go here to the user repository and see exactly, okay, what we actually need in order to change the user password. Since we do the validation on the front end here, if we want to change the password, we actually just need the user ID, I guess, and that is of type GUID, because we need to know the user for which we want to change the password, and we want a string for the new password. So that's actually, I guess, everything that we need here. So but to change the password itself, we can't simply assign the password, because in domain-driven design everything is encapsulated. And in fact, if you look on our model, all the properties have private setters. So this would actually mean that we would have to expose a behavior for changing the password, and this is theoretically how things should be done in domain-driven design, because in that case we can do all the necessary validation so that the object is not put on an invalid state. So here, for all these type of things that we have here, we should add another one, which should be called public void. It doesn't return anything. Change password. And here we just need a string new password. And then here we can privately say password equals new password. So there's a question, why don't you just pass a user view model? Because my domain layer should not really care or should not know any information about layers that are let's say under it. So the domain model it basically doesn't care. So I shouldn't reference any other project in our domain models. The only different projects that I reference in our domain model is actually only the shared kernel, which is a very important part of the domain-driven design principle. But the idea here is that yeah. So I'm fairly happy with the domain model, because it's really how it theoretically should be according to domain-driven design. It's a rich domain model with a lot of behavior. So yeah, that's one thing that I'm fairly happy with it. The only thing that I'm not happy is that I didn't have time to implement the idea of domain events, because that really is well, from my point of view, the most, or one of the most important parts in this, because in that case we actually wouldn't use the repositories at all in our front end. We would just fire so we will just, I don't know, send this information, use the domain model to change the password. If the password change is successful, then it will the domain model itself would emit an event. Then I would have an event handler that would just use the repository to change that. So that would be the normal flow in a domain-driven design application, but I didn't get to implement domain events. So yeah, I guess we are stuck with that. So I don't really want to leak in anything from the front end in our DAL layer or our domain layer. That's the reason I would just really keep them totally separate. Good. So right now that we have a changed password, what we can do actually is go back in our repository. That should be in our DAL layer. This is the user repository, and yeah, let's but why doesn't it yeah, why don't I get the chance? Let me open the file again. User repository. Just yeah, right now it's implement the interface, so that it would just add the new method that I have in the contract, and that would be this one. So when I do this, the first thing that I need to do here is say, of course, var user equals context.users dot first or default async, because this actually does a round trip to our database, and I want to look for a user for which the ID equals to the user ID that I receive here. And then of course I could do some validation here if the user is null or not, but in this case I'll simply skip that. I want to just keep it simple. So if that user is found, then the next thing that I will do is I would say user dot change password. Of course I need to await that. Of course I need to await that. Of course I need to await that. And of course I need to mark it async. Okay, so then I have on user, I have this change password, and then I would say simply I would give in the new password. So that would actually update the property, and then I would be able to say here context.users.update, and here in this update I will then just pass in the user which has the updated password, and then I would simply use await context.save changes async. And right now the changes should be saved to the database, and then I can return the user to the caller, and the user will actually have the new password in this case. So yeah, that should be done. Metadata file. What's this error about? That's not something I like. Let's try to rebuild the entire solution. So I'm not sure what's happening right now. I'm not sure what's happening with that error with the metadata file. So everything was successful, and then I have only a warning that there is probably, yeah, it's this async method. But this is actually in do you save the password in yes, for this proof of concept, I don't hash the password, I don't use salt values, so it's just simply saving the password to the database. I'm not doing fancy stuff. As I said, this is for a proof of concept. I wouldn't do this in a real application. It's really for a demo purpose here. I must have missed that. Is plain text password in the CTX? Yes, it is plain text. And I explained the reason why it is plain text. Okay, then here in this change password, we are here in this parent. We can then, so we have this user, and then to also have the updated user, we would say simply here. So we have here the change password model that already validated itself in the change password model class with data annotations. So I guess we can just safely say that await a user repo dot change password, and here in this change password I would pass in the user dot ID, and I would paste in the model dot new password. That's what I need to do. And of course I can even say that user I can simply assign it to the user again, so that I have this this updated change. So yeah, right now basically the password should change, I guess. So let's go for the big moment and actually try to test this out. And there is another bad part here, is that I don't have unit tests at all, because yeah, I didn't have a lot of time to really work on this application, and trying to follow domain-driven design took me some time. And the reason why I want to do it according to domain-driven design is because yeah, I wanted to get my hands on really work on domain-driven design to see exactly what how it feels basically. So let me just here. So the old password. Let me provide the old password. And here for the new password, let's first say that it should have 8 letters at least. So it would be like that. But then the confirm password, it would be like that, which is different than the other one. Let me just maybe put a breakpoint here to see if we really get to this point. So update password. Actually, I don't know if anything happened. I don't know if anything happened here. Don't see nothing here. I see no validation messages. You know, let's to understand if that actually worked. Let me just log out. Let me use the old password. And I was logged in with the old password, so of course something didn't go quite well here. But we, I guess I know. I guess okay, we have defined this model, but have we wired everything up? That's I guess the question. Let's take it once again. So in the edit profile component, when we call this change password component, we say that on password change, and then we provide this method that should be executed. And in the child component, on change password, you just await and invoke this with the change password model. Let's put in some breakpoint. I want to put a breakpoint here and a breakpoint in the parent. So you see that your validation is not successfully fulfilled. Okay, but it also doesn't provide a validation message. Could we maybe provide a let's go back to that one. It should be something like error message. No, it shouldn't be like that with error message. How it should be? No, not produce error response time. But shouldn't there be this error message? Or no, the error message is, sorry, is here, I guess. Error message equals new password and confirm password must match. Okay, and let's try this again. Okay, so let's go back. So first, in this change password component, let's leave that breakpoint here, and in the parent component, edit profile component, but in the code behind, yeah, we have a breakpoint here. So yeah, let's try to run it right now. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. So, edit profile, change password, old password, and here the new password. I guess I mistyped it. And here it should be just a little bit different. So it should be that. So once again, nothing happens. I'm not hitting none of the breakpoints, actually. I'm not hitting the breakpoints. Maybe there's something wrong with my submit button. Let's go into, do we have something in developer tools? It's this with the mixed content, but yeah, that's not actually the problem that we have. Connected, It's best practice to show validation summary for testing validation. Okay, and I didn't add the validation summary because I added the validation summaries to the form. Where is it? Change password. You mean the validation summary on top? Okay. Yeah, but then I would have expected for this validation to show it. Yeah, let's see. Let's see what happens right now. And the button is type submit, so that this should actually submit the form. And it actually kind of worked previously because we had validation errors when actually the password was not long enough. So in that case, it kind of worked. Let's go here again. So change password. Then a new password. And old password. Sorry, confirm password. And let's see. New password and confirm password must match. Okay. But then why didn't because this was not yeah, that's true, because this message is not related to it's related to the entire form, not to the field. Yeah, correct. Compared validation not working properly on Blazor. But actually right now this was the expected result, because I have provided passwords that actually don't match. So in fact, let's try right now to provide passwords that actually match to see if the problem is the same. So right till now, actually, it was expected. So this is what it was supposed to do. And right now we actually see that we trigger this method. So that's correct on password change. And if we go continue, it will hit this breakpoint. And if we hit continue, actually, I guess we changed our password. I guess, of course, we should maybe add something here, like a message that the password was, or maybe just clear the model so that we don't have the fields here anymore. But let's just check it out. Let's just check it out. So let's try to log in with the old password. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So let's try the new password. So right now also, yeah, right now it works. So I'm logged in with the new password. So it actually worked. So thank you very, very much. And today I also learned about that compare data annotation that I was not aware of. And it seems that for this scenario, it actually works. Which is kind of great. Now, the only thing that I would like to do is maybe I guess I'll try to change the password again, but there is one thing that I would like to do. I don't want to try to add a new div right now that the password was changed, whatever. That doesn't really interest me. But the only thing that I would like to do is after I invoke this and I send this model, I just want to say here that only await. So I would like to change model, change password model let's take him one by confirm password equals string.empty. So I just want to reset. I just want to reset the model. Change password model dot new password equals string.empty. Then change password model dot old password, I guess that's the last one, equals again string.empty. So I just sorry, I just want to reset the form so that it should become theoretically a blank again, and that would be the sign that well, the operation was successful. So let's try that again. Might have to create a custom validation eventually. Okay. Yeah, I really don't argue with that. You might have to return model after update the password just to confirm that. Yeah, but I do return the model. I do return the user, and we can even set a breakpoint on that, I guess. Let's just set a breakpoint on that. It should be on this one. Because we actually add here a new user, so let's add the breakpoint afterwards, and we should be able to see that we have a new password, I guess. So yeah, let's just try this out. So I would go here once again to change my password, and here let's go and change password, of course, old password, and here let's put secret password. Okay, and yeah, let's try to update it again. Okay, new password and confirm password must match. Okay, maybe I mistyped something. Okay, so right now we see that we have the user, and if we go to password, that's a new password, so that's exactly what I set right now. So I actually returned the user after I changed the password. Might have to return model after update the password just to confirm the process successfully done on the page. Yeah, okay, and to say that I should compare that this is this really matches the new password that I had in the model, and if that matches, that means that that would be a success, and if not, yeah, I totally agree with you. And probably display a message like a div or something like that. Let's then continue. But what I wanted to implement is that those fields or these text fields were now cleared, so theoretically I can change my password again. I won't bother right now to add this type of validation. I think conceptually, if I go here to logout, for me right now for the proof of concept, I guess that should be actually enough. I promise I'll note down these suggestions, and if we finish in time and we have time to do fine-tunings, then we'll go into those things that you mentioned here in the chat, and I will do a copy of the chat here, and yeah, I would then go through that if we still have time to do that. So right now I was able to log in with the new password, and yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do. So yeah, I'm kind of very happy with it, and of course thank you guys for your help, for your input. It was really very important. Generally change password, always leaving the page after successfully done. Yeah, okay. Is the project open source or private? It's not open source. Actually, this question was asked, I guess, also yesterday. But there is one thing. So the idea when I started this project, I said this is actually for a real proof of concept that I have to do for university, and I really just have to present like a basic proof of concept about very basic functionalities. When I got this task, I said, okay, this is a social network. This is a very good topic to start to create it according to the domain-driven design patterns and principles. So I started doing that, and of course reading about domain-driven design and actually looking into other projects, how that should be done. So I started to implement my domain layer, like we can see here, for instance, in this domain where we have the different type of aggregates. We work with values, with value objects, with entities. So we really try to follow, or I try to follow all these domain-driven design principles. But then the problem was that I found out that okay, I don't actually have time to continue this way. So yeah. In this case, I just decided, okay, I'll just leave the domain-driven design part that I have right now like that, and I would just want to get the UI working so that I can do that demo, and that's it. But I have a different project and that one is already part of on GitHub. And when I finish this proof of concept, I want to go back to that project. And that one, I would really like to make a social network out of it. And that one, I would be very glad to have it open source. But in that one, I would really want to go like domain-driven design all the way, to not do stuff like I do in this project. Like I just use the repository in the components, and that's it. So in that project, I would like to have some real user management modules, scheduling modules. I would like to have, I don't know, domain events, of course. I would like to go for the CQRS approach, where we will have queries and commands, and of course the appropriate command handlers. So I want that project that we really do it by the book on or how it should be done. And that one, it will be open sourced. And I will then be open really to really work together with anybody, because I guess that would be a lot of work to do there. And I will switch just a little bit the content of that repository, because initially I said we want to do it like this social network for the university, but I guess it might be easier to just do a social network, like simply we can consider it even a copy of Facebook, let's say, because this is how we could really get into a very complex kind of type of social network, and we will have basically to work, I would say, for a long time from now. But please, if you want to keep in touch, just subscribe to me on YouTube or follow me on Twitch. Both would work. And after I do this demo, which will be probably I guess in the first week of July, then I promise you we'll only work on that social network that will kind of build together. So yeah, let me know if you want to improve this project. I don't think I want to improve this project, so because it is just a proof of concept, and if we would have to build it, then I surely won't be able to do this while on stream, because then that would be real information. So that wouldn't be possible. But please feel free, once we start to really work on that open source project where we'll build together a social network, please feel free then to join that one and to just work on issues, create issues, whatever. Maybe we'll create also a Discord server or something like that to maybe have discussions about what issues to do or things like that. But that would be a real open source project that will work together. And in the end, basically, so my idea is that we'll have probably, I don't know, in a few months, I would say that we would have probably something like an alpha release, and we can showcase that as a Blazor project. And of course, we could then or I could get in touch with some Blazor guys even at Microsoft, and maybe that they would include that project in their documentation, because they have a documentation where they reference a lot of projects that were actually built with Blazor, and they don't have a social network so far. So that would be actually a good thing to do. And contributing to open source project that maybe gets referenced afterward in official Microsoft documentation, I get that would be a very good credential for anybody that actually wants it. That's kind of it. And guys, I guess that for today, I guess I'm done. It was a really long day. So it's almost 12 a.m. right now in Romania. So I guess that would be it for today. Thank you really very much for joining today. I learned a lot of things from you, and I will probably I will continue tomorrow afternoon again to work on this project. So if you just want to and have time, just feel free to drop by. I'm really thankful to you that you got that engaged and to ask questions, that you helped me out. That was really valuable for me, because it's really very nice when you even learn things by yourself. And the most unknown thing to me that I actually learned today was this compare data annotation that I was not aware of at all. I actually never heard about it. I even think I wrote some custom validators that would simply compare strings and see if they are equal. But thank you very much for that. That was really valuable. But also for the Blazor part, where how do we bind to models, how we do the validation. So you really helped me out, since I didn't implement forms with Blazor a lot. Thank you very much. This is actually what really makes me happy when I'm streaming, is when we can learn together something. It's not only me that is presenting something, but it's a common effort to actually better understand, in this case, Blazor. So once again, thank you very much for being a part of this, and I hope you'll join tomorrow. If you didn't subscribe to this channel and want to stay up to date, and subscribe to this channel on YouTube or follow me on Twitch, so that you will be notified whenever I go online again. And have a great night or day, depending where you are located. Thank you very much. So see you next